Broadcasting. It doesn't show. Oh. My broadcast settings. Okay. Yada yada yada. Okay, there's my mic audio. This is weird. It doesn't show people. Do I need to do something? Okay, I can display chat. But it doesn't. It's not showing how many viewers I have.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I always. Oh, yeah, it does right there. I'm alive again. Phone! There. No, let me see. Dumb.
Oh, what?
I said dumb. Hi guys, it's me, Haunting Gamer, and I'm playing Stanley Parable. Yay! Subtitles will definitely be in French.
Han baguette.
Oh, chocolat bleu. Have you ever played it before? No.
Nope.
Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Wow! I can barely see it!
Yeah.
Man, it's gonna be bright. Everything is gonna be bright.
Ding. Yeah.
Ooh, what time is it?
It's 12 o'clock.
It's almost 4. So I'll hit 4. Note accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. So. Okay. Audio. Music will be. You couldn't barely hear it. Main volume will be less than the narrator voice.
This is the story of a man named.
This could be too low. Okay. The time to play.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
How's my voice, by the way? Is it louder?
His job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Okay.
This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
I just gotta press buttons.
And although others might have considered it
I'm gonna do my job.
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something
Mr. Narrator, I think you're playing bullshit. Stanley does not look happy tapping away buttons
something
like
he
that.
would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
This is actually, I'm crazy. This is a paralyzed demon that haunts me because job. job.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Why
him.
am I turning so fast? That's my view. Camera sensibility. Language is on. Subtitles are medium. My sister's home.
Memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Hannah
he
has
couldn't
friends
find
over.
a trace of his co-workers.
Okay.
Oh, I have sensitive hearing, so I can hear everything that comes from the door. Ooh. Door. That's strange. Where did all my friends go? You know, now that it says I have sensibility, I wonder what would happen if I do this. Yeah, I kind of thought this would happen. Oh man, I think I'm getting nauseous by just doing this.
Jesus.
My eyes. Come on, guys, let's have an adventure. Okay, that's enough. I'll keep it at 5.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
He entered the door on his left. It goes to the right.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Let me.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Whoa.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
And this is why everyone left. Go fuck yourself, Stanley.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
I wonder what would happen if I just stay there. Oh, there's a notepad. There's nothing there, but it's still a notepad. Fine.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
This is my left, right?
Hmm?
This is the left, right?
That's right.
Oh, this would be the left. Because door on your
That's
left.
right.
Because it said he went to the door on his left.
Mm.
This is my left hand.
Yes.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
He wasn't fired years ago. Hmm.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
You can't jump. That's an
This is
achievement.
it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
And then I got a trophy
to
for
put
my
your
first
work
trophy.
aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
And then Stanley realized that he's actually utterly alone. What
That's
the?
her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Well, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me
I didn't even know it was
double-check.
possible.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
I didn't know
How's
I
that
could
even
unplug it.
possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario,
Begin the game again.
a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
What would happen if I did that?
He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is
You
not
know
real.
what that means?
Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space,
That's why
your
it's 8.
thoughts and problems are materially
You.
insignificant, and the feeling
Wow.
should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative
What the?
contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly
Oh, there's an
informed on
exit.
good decision-making, we're going to revisit a
Let me
choice you
out.
made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Is there a way to not follow his instructions? I want to do the opposite.
Now that we know your choice... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I was kind of curious what would happen if I restarted it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Nope.
And Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Man.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I was kind of curious if it would be like, hey,
Wow.
wait a minute.
Yes, this room. What a beaut, but eager to get back to business.
It's like, hey,
Stanley took
wait
the
a
first
minute.
open
Didn't we
door
do
on
this
his left.
before?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and
You know, I
plunged
didn't
to
know
his
that was
death.
enough.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
You are very powerful.
All of his co-workers
There's no
were gone.
achievement.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Man.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
Well, that was
well.
hilarious. I didn't know
Perhaps he wanted
suicide
to
was an
stop by the
option.
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You just fucking jumped. Congratulations,
The lounge was
Stanley.
sublime. A work of
Everybody
art.
thinks you're
Well, eager
great.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
Thanks.
left.
I learned it in school.
Stanley was so bad
I'm
at following
smart boy.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't
Falls
fired years
again.
ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
No.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
He's alone. Could you text
This is
something
it,
up there?
Stanley. Your
I wanna
chance
see
to
if,
redeem yourself, to put
it
your
shows.
work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife. And the two
As we wait.
pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I
Dizzy.
just see... No, that's not possible.
Stop
I
doing
can't
it.
believe it.
Oh, no,
How had I
right,
not
not me.
noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real
People.
person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've
Did you
been
type
able to
something?
make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you
Could
run
you
around
type
in this
something?
game for
'Cause
so
I
long.
wanna see
If
if
you'd
it
made any more wrong choices,
Oh,
you
it's
might have
not
negated
showing.
it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful
not this
instructional
again.
video.
Okay, I see it. Yeah,
Choice.
it's good.
It's the best
I can't
part
skip.
of being a real person.
I'll be
But
right
if
back.
used
I'm gonna use the
incorrectly, can
bathroom
also
because
be
it's
the
not
most
gonna...
dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Oh, good. When I came back... Ah! I didn't have to hear the instructions of being a person. Hello. I'm back.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so happy that I don't have to hear, "Be a better person." Your choices, they don't matter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad. Let me just casually put that back at 5. Maybe you go through the right door. See, Stanley, if you just
Now that we know your
listen.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh my god, look. They put fences so I literally can't jump off anymore. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh man. Okay. I guess I'm going home, guys. Oh man. What the heck? Did I hear a door open close? Wait, was the shit just closed? Oh look, the boring room.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again,
Door on
and
the
you'll be
left.
home free in the real world.
Man, but what if I want to take it back on the right? There is no right side. It disappeared. Magic. Wait a minute. You have to go through every door now. Because I could do that.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Come on, come on, come on. Yes!
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
He went to the door on his left. Stanley, why would you do this? Oh man, there's not much I could do on the right end now. Fine. I'll go with my door on the left.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that
ruined.
My story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I get back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
It's a horror game. Oh.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? No. He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I still kind of wonder what would happen if I keep doing this.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure
he's resetting it.
Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What happened if I just entered the door in my front? Well, have a good day, sir. He's not even saying anything.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh, there he is.
Hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
I'm gonna see
and
what's
always
still happening
putting
if I
the
keep
story
clicking the
first.
right.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right. Oh, that's really broken. No, why would you do that?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley
Okay.
would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
he went on the door on the left. Well, I gotta wait. I'm waiting. He went on the door on the left. He went the door on the right. Maybe I'm, directional blind. Maybe I can't see my left and right. Maybe I should go forward instead of the window. Fine then. Boo. Ugh, whatever. He went the door on the left. I can't leave. I want to be evil. Oh, what did she do? Oh! I can do that. I didn't know that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I can't go anywhere else. Everyone is unique. Your most is all. Numbers, sides of sides, charts and sides. Wow, wow, wow. Broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
I'm actually
office.
kind of glad that you're streaming,
Why?
because whenever I feel like you stop talking, my Wi-Fi, that's when my Wi-Fi is like, hey buddy, I'm kicking you off for a minute.
That Wi-Fi's like, ah, fuck you. No,
Granted,
no
it is
Wi-Fi.
$10, but whatever.
Yeah. You know, this window's it feels very jumpable. Fine.
Stepping inside his manager's office,
What
Stanley
the-
was once again
what
stunned
the-
to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Quack. No.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Peter Pepper picked the pickled
I'm sorry,
peppers.
is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
No.
Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Rubber ducky.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door.
The
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
Oh my god, he's sad.
This is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. We're both correct. You can't be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
Right.
Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Ah. Because I can't speak. Because Stanley can't speak.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What
Stanley
could it
decided to go to
mean?
the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Four, three. That's 5.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What you said?
Oh,
Stanley
I'm
went
reading.
around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a
Touching every
single
little thing in the
difference,
office.
nor did it advance the story in any way.
But what if it did? Stanley touched everything in the office.
Stanley circled everything in the office.
Even though it did nothing to help anything. But Stanley is an idiot. Stanley, how do you feel about that? Doors. I can't be inside my own office. Wow. Why is this computer making noise?
So, question.
You can always ask questions, yes.
Lucy,
Yes.
how did you accidentally make tea?
Okay, so I bought pomegranate. You know.
Yeah.
It turned out it wasn't as good. Some of it was rotten, so I had to pick out the good part.
Yeah.
And it was a little bit, and then I added some sparkling water, and after blending it and taking the pulp and seeds out, it's still pulpy, but less seeds. Adding the grapefruit sparkling water, it made it taste flowery. That's how I make tea.
Thank you.
I actually made tea. Input received. Huh. Is there a printer? Why does it say input receipt? Give me a second.
I'm not sure.
You're supposed to give me a second. I'm doing endings. Okay, Stanley's now on a... Cool. I'm on the off. What the... Wait, what? Can I break the game? Well!
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
And then he waddled away. Oh. You won't let me! There's no achievement of just staying here. Huh. I can leave game and join back game. That's interesting. There's so many. Oh. What would happen if I just... Hold on. Okay. There's a thing that says don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years. That sounds like a really, really hard concept. Alright. I'll stop going out the window. Oh, actually. Stanley never got out. It's sit back down. He's not allowed to sit back down. Fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Oh, the door stuff found there. God damn it.
Oh, what?
It's nothing. I was just looking at a dumbass video, and this dude asked, what is it? Asked for, like, what would people make his username, even though his name is Juan. And someone said, Juan the Torta
Now,
Pounder.
go click a few times on door 437.
Or fucking, 1,000 pounds. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, you won't let me leave. Door 437. I can't go back there. Evil, evil robot man.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That's not right either. Damn it. What the? That wasn't before.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Lucy?
Yeah?
Back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, senor. Central's done, by the way.
Oh, nice. Still live streaming though. So you gotta wait a little bit.
I know, I was letting you know anyway.
Oh, I know.
Huh?
Oh, I know. I know goes on the other door, but it's gonna close on me. It's gonna close on me.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door
Oh.
437.
Oh, okay. It didn't close on me this time.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
What the fuck? That wasn't open before. Or was it?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I feel like he's... I don't know. A little too excited for this shit.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That's very nice. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
You are weird. Okay. Okay, let's go restart the game again and go out the window and click yes. Window.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What the?
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
Well, I think there's something wrong here, but I can't put my finger on it.
I don't know.
Huh.
I can't.
Yeah, me neither. I can't tell you either. I really can't tell.
I'm bringing you downstairs.
Yeah. I just can't put my finger on it, but there's something wrong here. I don't know. Huh. That's strange. It's like all my computers are just broken. Playing Sudoku. Huh. Strange.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Strange. Strange.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Just for not
decided to
getting
go
fired,
up to his
talk less.
boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Indeed.
Oh, what the?
Stanley stepped into the
This
broom
wasn't
closet,
here.
but
This
there was
this
nothing
wasn't
here,
usable
so he
before.
turned around and got back on track.
Oh, there's something here. It would have let me go into
There
the
was
broom
nothing
closet.
here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I said, now what are you doing?
Broom closet.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
There has to be something. You invited me into the broom closet if there wasn't.
There's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Broom closet. Broom closet.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I'm staying in the broom closet.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or the
Ellie's
drug
really
money.
ugly
Also,
and
Stanley's
fat and
addicted to
stupid.
drugs and hookers.
Man, he's literally fucking throwing salt at me.
Well, I've
I'm
come
in the
to a
broom
very
closet.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, The responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on
Because it's part of the game.
All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
If you stay in the broom closet, he fucking narrates. I throw salt. Metaphorically. He called me fat, ugly, and stupid.
You are none of those.
And that probably was just stupid. And then to instruct that I'm probably dead.
Isn't he trying to talk to like someone outside of the computer? Or like the
second
device
player.
you're
It's
using?
good to have
Yeah.
you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can have to.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Fungus? Look,
I know,
you can hammer
but
out the
it's
details.
kind of
I'm not
annoying
particularly
hearing
picky.
voice.
I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
You can mute me on here and hear me talk on stream.
What now?
You can mute me on here and then hear me talk on stream. But basically, he was like, oh, well, oh, nice. An actual person who's sensible goes into broom closet again. Really? You too?
But if I do that, you're just gonna hear yourself.
That is true.
So I'm not doing that.
What would happen if I
And
just
plus,
keep...
it's just Stanley Parable. I've seen the game, so
This is a newer version of Stanley Parable.
it's not a newer version of it.
It's a new improved,
Coming
there's
to a
more
staircase,
endings.
Stanley walked upstairs to his
I've
boss's
seen
office.
Markiplier play it.
Oh my god, I can go downstairs now. You know what this means.
Come on, get hot, fucker.
I'm going down. I'm downstairs. I'm where I'm not supposed to be. I'm supposed to be up.
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
You hear me
He
start
considered the
saying random
possibility
shit
of facing his
because I'm
boss.
Yeah.
Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy,
Yeah, I heard, I'm gonna
why
make
had he
myself
taken
dinner.
that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy.
I still have
And then
sandwich, but I
something
don't want to
occurred
eat
to
it.
Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
The
All of my
sandwich.
co-workers blinking mysteriously
big
out of
sandwich my mom
existence in a
got me.
single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
That is
I'm
all simulation.
dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt
Okay,
to have finally
Mr.
found an
Narrator.
answer, an
It's a dream
explanation.
now.
His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon.
I'm gonna go
I'll
back
have
in the
go
broom
back
closet if
to
you
my
don't shut up.
boring real-life job pushing buttons.
Let me out,
I
let
may
me
as well
out.
enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So
Hit me with
he
the
imagined
car.
himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. He imagined himself soaring through space
I don't
on
wanna
a magical
float.
starfield, and it too
Why are you
appeared.
hopping the car?
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he
Apparently,
had still
I'm
not
just
woken up.
gonna fly away
How
from
was
the
he
car.
remaining so lucid? And then perhaps
Here's a
the
lucid
strangest
dream.
question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
I was starting to float.
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Evil.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley. I found it particularly
No, will you
strange.
try to make me
I'm
float?
dreaming about a voice describing
And I went really
me,
close to the car.
thinking about how it's describing my
refuse.
thoughts, he thought.
I
And while he thought it all
refuse
very odd,
to go
and
into
wondered
the
if this voice
stars.
spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
We like the car
Was Stanley
that goes
simply deceiving
boom.
himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
We like the exhaust.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Mr. Voice,
After all,
you
he knew for certain beyond
Your-
a doubt
your
that
narrative
this
is
was
getting
in fact a
annoying.
dream. Did the voice not see him float
British
and make the
dude.
magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would
Broom
prove
closet.
it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
No.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
No.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the
gonna
press of
crawl
the
out.
mattress on his
I'm
back,
crawling.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons.
The final
Please.
countdown.
It's all I want.
Diddle-doo-doo.
I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
And it turns out that Stanley
All I
had
want is
nothing.
my life exactly the way it's always been.
He's actually in a mental
My life
institution this
is
whole
normal.
time.
I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Plot twist.
I
Plot
am
twist. You're a mother.
okay.
You are not. Yeah. So,
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must
Why
be.
is
Can
there
anyone hear my
red?
voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
smack.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She rose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her
Excuse
place
me.
of work.
What?
But on this particular
What's
day,
this
her
shit?
walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Oh, I guess
Although she would
Stanley
soon
died.
turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
The ending is never the end.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a new ending.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, the boxes
What
are
could it
gone.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh yeah. Sure. Now that I can.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Oh.
He
Thought it
then
was a
praised the
door.
game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
No.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
He's throwing
But
salt
the
at me
truth
again.
must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Salon,
What
he's throwing
Stanley
salt
liked
at me.
most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable. And lives an existence.
Mom asked me if I wanted a
quite
sandwich from
terrible.
Timmy's, and I'm like,
And
no,
if
thank
you
you. I
are
still
not
have a sandwich in the
strong
fridge.
and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Yeah, it's off. Literally, as you said that, Mom, I pulled it off.
Out of contact. Out of contact.
You know.
Fine. Okay, another ending. Occasionally, the path with two doors will change due to... Okay. Occasionally, the path of the two doors will change due to Stanley. Rather than going straight out, offered. Okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Oh, what?
Minutes?
That's different.
Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were tamed? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Okay, this is definitely different.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
is strange. Things have changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Can I be broom closet again?
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say
I can do the
anything
broom
at all.
closet again.
I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Please take your time. He's like, oh no, I'm not doing this again. Oh, but yes, I am. I wonder if I could keep constantly just going in the broom closet. To piss him off.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Stanley walked downstairs again. Stanley, why do you keep doing this?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
What the?
I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all?
I
None
came
of it
back.
made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was
That happened already.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's no input.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's nothing down there anymore.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Look what he did to the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh. Money is in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money. Money, money, money.
Yeah, but you crabs.
Man, fuck you, crabs. I'm trying to find anything to do here. There's nothing. But I said that was money. I was like, there's nothing but money here. Okay, fine. I won't go into a type of closet. Nothing to do in there. Nice. Door. Oh, yes. I found a door. I found a door I'm not supposed to be in.
Oh, dude.
I can go down to hell. Bring me down. Going down. I can keep going down. Kind of concerning. Concerning that I can't get up.
Ow.
I'm gonna keep going down.
Ow.
Oh. Dang. Okay. So this is down. Well, boys, time to go up. You know what? This does look like hell because what the? What's this?
Damn.
Time to go up, boys.
Oh, apparently they announced the Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah. Apparently it's not as good because,
Why?
I think because it can't play games. I don't know.
Oh, I know why.
Why?
Because Nintendo needs money.
Mm.
That's the only... Think about it, that's the only time they release now.
Yeah, but weirdly, I looked online and there's something where a new edition can't play games. And I said it was a Switch too.
Oh, better stand on it? And they made better Joy-Cons.
If you don't listen closely, you can hear him starting to sing.
Ew. I don't like that.
What?
Apparently the Nintendo Switch 2 base remotes are black with blue and red accents.
Oh, must be British.
No, it's stupid as all hell.
You don't get my joke.
And instead of sliding the Joy-Cons in, you just smash it together. It literally just looks like the fucking Steam Deck.
Yeah, but Steam Deck sound cool. Oh no, more boxes. Don't tell me I have to do the more boxes.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message,
And I figured you guys would have
terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
She was telling me something very important about the dangers of recorded messages. Oh, what the?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
It's
What
this
if he had
ending.
to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours
Let me
passed.
out.
Then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Hate Mondays?
Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He
Yes.
will be told what to do.
Something about
Now it's
Mondays or
just a
whatever.
little
I hate
bit
Mondays.
closer.
Sleep.
Now it's even closer.
Okay,
Here it comes.
Death. But there's never an end. Oh, what the? Oh, that's creepy. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. Orbs. Oh, no! Well, all the buttons have been pressed now. This is gonna take a long time. I only wanted to press the red button and I wanted to see what red buttons. Whatever. Oh. They unpress themselves. Okay. How am I gonna push all the buttons? There has to be a way. It'll be a second. somehow gets a grenade. Grenade launcher. Okay, escape pod. It's the heaven one I need. Heaven. Oh, there it is. I needed a bucket. But where is the bucket? Also, these are lit up. The other ones aren't. Weird. That's weird. Huh.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait.
I'll be right back since
Nothing
it's
will
the same
hurt me.
dialogue.
Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Lucy. Lucy. Hello? Hello?
Okay, I'm back. Oh, and almost tripped on a bag. Me mother's home. I told her that I craved cookie dough ice cream. She said not today. I craved cookie dough ice cream. My mom said not today.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's full of sugar. Well, I wanted cookie dough ice cream. Like for cookie dough. I'm a man with finer taste in this world. You're still watching me? No, that's so sweet of you. Okay. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What would happen if I entered the door on the right when it looks like this?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Sorry.
4?
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood
Doesn't
true
bother me.
happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of,
True happiness.
tingle. Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs
I'm trying
and
to
some
find a bucket.
paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Mom, text me. Hold on. Okay. It's nothing important. She just texted me because we were confused that something is saying LR in it. Huh.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'm just trying to find the bucket. Where's the bucket? Going down. And I love pissing off this British dude.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's,
I confused
left.
him. Okay. Oh. Huh. There's not. Oh. The elevator disappeared. Out of existence.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Right, down, left, right. That's a car.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So there seems to be a problem here, but I can't put my finger on it again.
I wonder.
Can you tell what the problem is?
I can't really tell.
Yeah, there's too many doors in the way.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
Hold on.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let me. Give it. Okay, fine. The maze thing. Maze. I can't find the story where there is just
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Aw, man, I wanted to be in the maze. I can't close the door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Something is definitely not going to be right on here. Man, I want to photocopy my butt. Just wait till everything isn't what it seems. Oh, hey, Sloan.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
No door.
It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
We missed something.
Aha!
What?
I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
Wow,
No,
what a great
wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
What a great story.
Now this... well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Me neither.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I
Not
believe
the
my
story.
story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
No.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, that's hilarious. You made a line. I'm pretty sure this line's gonna go all over the place. Watch. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the right place.
No, I'm done. We're living it up to the line from now on.
Oh, I'm done. We're just living up to the line. But I'm pretty sure the line's not going the right place, right, Sloan? Ooh, solitaire.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Aw, man, I wanted to not follow the line. Alright then. I knew it. I knew the line's gonna go weird. Right, Slim?
Mm-hmm.
Ow. I wonder where the bucket is.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Why would I want to remember this plant?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, there's two options. Oh. Oh, I see. I understand now.
Oh, no, not again. Line,
Not
how could you have done
again.
this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I
The
can't take this
line
anymore.
lied.
With it. Restart.
Oh, I love that. The line lied. Like, oh, I see you wanted to go somewhere. Well, to bed. You're going nowhere, pretty boy. Yeah, my chapstick tastes like peppermint. Do.
You know what, Stanley?
Hey!
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done
He's
for
like,
us?
ha.
We're
Oh, you
intelligent
wanted
people,
to
right?
actually do the
Why can't
adventure
we
line?
make up our own
Well,
story?
no.
Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all
No,
sounds
he's
perfectly
ruining the
doable. Why don't we
story.
simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
What direction? Oh, that's a really nice direction. Yeah. I don't wanna. Fine.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Oh no, not you again. Why? Why must this lie traumatize me so much?
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Fucking
Okay,
dumbass.
so I know that
What?
each door has to lead somewhere, which means that
Drake,
somewhere, the place
sued
where
the
we're
record
trying to
label that gave
go,
him
there
Mars
must be a
Emperor
reverse door that leads here. And that in
because
turn
of
means that our
not like us.
destination
Uh-huh.
corresponds with the
You wanna know what the
counter-inverted
record
reverse
label
door's
Drake is
origin.
under to?
So
The
starting
same
from the
record
right,
label?
let us ask, will taking
Yes.
the right
Uh-huh.
door lead us to where we're going? And
Dumbass.
since the answer is clearly
Yeah, he ruined
yes,
his
then
career.
by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
You won't let me pick.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall.
Stanley
Well,
died.
who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Huh.
And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
It restarts itself.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I got what I wanted. Stanley's finally alone. Wow. Good for you, Stanley.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet Incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
Oh,
Amazing. He
maybe next
stepped
time.
into the newly opened passageway.
Next time. That's a down button. I'm looking to see if there's anything else before I'll go. Well, that's just the darkness of dark. Well, looks like I'm going to hell. Way to hell.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think
And then
for
he jumped
himself,
off.
to question the
Stanley,
nature of his
no!
job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
That he felt unachieved.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
This is gonna be funny. Oh. Huh. Let's go back to the office.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again.
No.
This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
There is other ones. Like.
Eight.
Huh. You can enter this code twice to earn an achievement. Wrong. Try to do this. One, two, three,
8.
4, 5, 6. Oh, okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So
Damn.
the thought of total solitude was terrifying
He's
to him.
throwing salt at me again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
He's calling
on
me
his left.
incompetent.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This is input 8888888.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be?
What?
In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Watch.
I'll be right back.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
He seems pissed off. That means it's good.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Sarcasm is fun.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Stanley Parable, please hold.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
And then he goes up in the elevator and down the elevator. Ah, man, the doors still don't open.
I'm back, by the way. I never really left.
Yeah,
I
you...
muted myself because I did.
Going back down the
Oh, shit.
elevator.
You're
Now that
watching
I'm not
this whole
anticipating-
thing.
I mean, sure, now it's obvious,
No,
but you have to
because my
understand
laptop's
that
upstairs.
30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate
Because I'm
it.
apparently
That's just
in my
how
mom's room,
revelatory Stanley's
because
decision-making
my
is.
dad's
A
being
breath of
dumbass.
fresh air in a
Oh.
landscape of
You
storytelling
mean your father?
that has grown stale and repetitive.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder what happened if I just...
There, are you happy now, Hachi?
Oh, man.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on.
Oh,
let's stop
oh no!
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I,
You went
we
all
have
the way
no
up.
way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have to think and to anticipate and then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp
That was
and vital.
while
and
ago.
alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of
I didn't say
tradition.
oh.
You're a role model, you know?
I said
People
no.
look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk
No.
about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been
out of this
following you
elevator.
from the beginning. They
Claustrophobic.
really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
I swear, I could go. I hope I could just like walk and then go down.
Okay.
Nope.
The room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Bright. Live on stage, Stanley. I don't want to be here. Let me out. Let me in. Let me in. It's too bright. It hurts my eyes. Alive, the guy who went to Mars. The pyramids. The world's healthiest human being. All tricks revealed. How we did it. Oh. And an evening with world peace baby. Sloan?
Yes.
World peace baby.
Ah, yes. Here it is, just through this door.
The stage door. A Q&A with world's first sentient machine.
All right, are you
To
ready?
the stage.
I've told
Welcome,
them you're going to
Stanley.
speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
So what's this? There's a line on the Gulf. Okay. Ah. Flashy light, flashy light. He gets a heart attack, he dies. Dead. Smack. Oh, Stanley! No! And he was back to where he was.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
But they're still missing!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk.
See, he's ruining the story. He's throwing fucking shade at me.
Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly.
Hi.
Ever.
Okay, I tried unmuting, but my phone's like, yeah, I'm gonna act like you unmuted, but not tell you.
So you can get 2 of them for 139.
Stanley just sat around
shade at
twiddling
me.
his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, 2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
See?
Stanley happened to input the
They're
correct
calling me
code
a goddamn idiot.
He stepped into the
Oh, I'm
newly
not talking to my
opened
mom.
passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Well, that's
The
gonna be
door
fun.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
What?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every
Yes.
bone in his body, killing him instantly.
1 Saints Row, please.
Soon. Soon.
You said that clear.
You have all the time in the world right now.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Lamp thing?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
Yes.
death
A lamp
becomes
thing.
meaningless,
My
making
favorite.
life the same.
Do
you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
The person's color and like you can,
Yes. All I'm gonna see is white from you.
Okay, hold on.
Spinach dip. Huh, door. Wow, so pretty. Wow, like water. That I can't transfer. A standing computer. The office layout. Cabinets.
Okay, Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
I think my mom can explain better for the lamp thing, whatever the fuck it is. So, what is it, Mom? The lamp?
It's a love lamp or a friendship lamp.
Ah.
So if you got a set, like one for you and one for Sloane, like you can send you just trying to explain it like fully. When you set it up to your Wi-Fi, and it doesn't matter once it's initially set up, if your lamp is unplugged, like you still get notified on your phone that like Sloan touched the lamp, and your lamp, you can set your lamp for colors.
Ah.
So if Sloan set his for green and he touched his lamp, your will turn green.
Ah.
If that makes
sense. And when you touch, you'll send your color here or to wherever's got his light set up at. You'll get notifications on your phone that he sent a touch, like if you're not at home, and you can resend the touch right from your phone. So you don't always have to be with your lamp.
Yeah.
And I was sending love taps to my cousin.
That's cute. Yeah, that's a cute lamp.
So, like,
Take a picture of it and send it to
I
him.
did not. Hold on.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to get me in on it.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm gonna, like, zoom.
I'm here, and I don't plan on moving. Asshole. Asshole.
She's getting mad at the whoever is fucking hitting her cousin's lamp.
Stanley stood on the
Yeah.
roof.
We're not getting mad, but it's just funny. So, you know those bracelets I was kind of looking at, like where you like touch it and you
When
feel the
Stanley
vibration
came
from
to
the
the
other
deck,
person?
he traveled upward to the
Yeah.
power source at the top of it.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that, but in lamp form.
That's nice.
Yeah. So I might be thinking of getting me a new one.
I don't mind.
And they're not super spendy.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can get, like, the infinity ones, like I was telling you about, the open circled ones. You can get these. You can get...
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yes, you can get a hip hole.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Or a soft touch. You do get assholes like who's at Shelly's house right now, and it doesn't always, I mean, you've seen, like, it doesn't always register the touch. Sometimes it'll flash, like, yellow or whatever. But you can set it to where your
The
color
meeting
is,
room.
like,
Yes,
the
that's where
rainbow
everyone
goes
would
back,
be.
where it goes,
Stanley
like,
just
all the
needed to
colors.
get to the meeting room,
Like, it's
and from
kinda
then on,
cool.
he would never be alone ever again. Oh,
Damn,
new
not even a chuckle from you?
content?
Wow.
What does that mean?
Oh,
New
pay attention to the game.
content.
There's new content.
You're still playing the game?
There's a lot of endings and story to this game.
Yeah, no shit, because it's the newer version of Stanley Parable.
Yeah. so I'm playing it until I get bored of it.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm gonna put my phone on the charger because it's getting low.
Okay. Love you.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley
Man,
Parable
I played
Ultra
it for you to
Deluxe,
watch me play it.
mostly tedious. It's as if the...
Mm.
Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
But my dad was being stupid, and then I got the idea for that.
Yeah, I know.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
But I'll be back.
Yes. Jump, 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 jump. What? Oh. Cool.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Content.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you
That's
for
it?
enjoying the new
Oh,
content.
you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend? Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something. Oh, You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
You're a dork anyways, who cares?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate for answers, he began turning the room over looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code, for this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Got it.
Psst! Stanley, come over here.
2845.
In the vent. I want to show. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Can I press the button? No. Okay.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No! He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Huh? It's 4.
Hello?
Yeah. Huh? Hey.
Hi!
What were you saying?
I said I asked how your game was.
Oh, it's it's good.
What the fuck?
What?
And when at last he found the
Why is
source
my
of the room's
phone in
power,
clock mode?
he knew it was his duty, his...
Okay then.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
I'm watching now, by the way.
Was it
Oh, I
over?
know.
Yes.
And
He
you
had
kinda
won.
seemed a little bit
He
upset.
had defeated the machine, unshackled
Yeah.
himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments
wasn't
away.
Yeah.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley
I was,
reflected
but-
on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his
Had to
co-workers
help my mom
gone?
with that.
How had
Yeah.
he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever
I'm
life he
waiting.
lives, it will be his.
For
And
what?
that was all he needed to know.
For them to let me
It was
outside.
perhaps the only
What are
thing
you
worth
waiting for?
knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Oh no, something amazing, I guess.
Stanley felt the cool
I totally
breeze
forgot what that
upon
was
his
from.
skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
I'm totally not
And
playing Red Dead
Stanley
again.
was happy.
Hey man, I want to hunt more alligators.
I got beat the game. I got beat the game.
Good job.
See.
What movie is that from?
Stanley,
I'm gonna
come
go to
over
the vent
here.
now.
In the vent. I want to show you something.
I'm going in the vent.
Imposter.
You wanted to show me
you remember
something.
how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Excuse me.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Jesus Christ, Junior.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James
Junior?
Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
That'll be why
"There are so many games that aspire to be more
Oh, I
than
didn't
games
hear,
end
but I
up
did hear
less than
Junior, and I
any
was like,
form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh my god, stop.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
The serious room. It's called the serious room. Okay, enter it for the boxes.
Don't hit the tree.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ow.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny. He was so offended. Being called unfunny.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh yeah, and then there's a...
And here it is. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us.
I think that's Morse code.
It might be.
But they didn't understand the game
Also,
was
could you
never
stop
meant to be
watching
funny. It was meant to have a point.
a
It was
show?
meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain
You're watching
us.
a show and I
It
can
wasn't
hear
enough.
it.
They...
No, I'm not.
Oh. Why do I
You know
hear...
what I'm doing.
Oh, it's your game.
Yeah, I'm playing Red Dead and I can't skip the cutscene.
Yeah. My
Sorry.
bad.
The
No, it's
end
my
is
bad.
never the end,
I'll just
is never
drop
the
the audio.
end, is never the
No, you're good.
end, is never the 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 end, is...
Man, that's crazy. I don't care about Kick.
Why? What's wrong with Kick?
No, not Kick Crash. There's an app called Kick.
You mean K-I-K?
No, not KIK.
Mm.
It's a stream. It's a
I know.
Twitch rival.
I know what you mean. I've seen that too, but it used to be a talking thing too. The K-I-K.
I only downloaded it because one of my friends, but now it's switched to Twitch. So maybe you can switch to that. That's what Twitch is. Can I play this stealthily? I think it can.
Oh, yeah. Wow, this button. I know, I'm sideways. And that's a desert. Oh, the button broke.
Were you trying to just keep clicking it?
And I was wondering what would happen if I clicked the button.
Hmm?
This is the end of the button. And of anything in existence. It's just a hot desert. I'm walking to the sun. The sun! He kept saying the end is never, the end is never, the end is never, the end is never. He went insane.
Yeah.
Good show.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Now I'm gonna do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You can wait, you fucking mission. I saw a turtle and I want it.
8. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, now I gotta haul ass.
Didn't I go through the new content? Why does it look different now?
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I did not see that sign before.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Yeah.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? Jim. See, if you'd only played along, Jim. That would have been your name the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away. Jim.
I'm taking the Jim button away. Oh, man. That's hilarious. Alright. Another where to go.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Jim. Infinity hole. Okay, that's exit. So don't go there yet. Free new easy trophy.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Where's a way to destroy this? I guess not. You win this round, robot. Let's see.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, what's this? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
I found bucket. Button that says Jim. I didn't even read that.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you
there's
hold
the
onto the
bucket.
The many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Oh, your bucket's mine now.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Keeping the bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
There's a bucket. The bucket. That thing says Jim. That's my reassurance bucket. That's the exit. And up here is... What is up here? A sparkly new button.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Huh. Cool. Cool at the mall.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic. All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh my god.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Get better someday.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I found the bucket alone.
Nice. You said nice when you said you found me.
No, I mean like... I just have a bucket in hand now.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no.
Dang it.
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
What?
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Broom closets. This doesn't like me in the broom closet.
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way,
Put a
if
bucket
you're
on
ever
my
unsure whether the
bucket.
thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh my god, I'm holding a bucket!
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
No more bucket. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
I was
bucket
like, no
walked
more,
upstairs to
no
the
more
boss's
about the
office.
broom closet bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his
I
boss,
wanted to see what had
admitting
happened
he
if I
had
had
left
the
his
bucket.
post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Where's the bucket? No, no bucket. Gotcha.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms,
Bucket.
and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I'm gonna
and
see what
answered
happens
the
if I
door
go
on
back
his
into the
left.
broom closet.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
I fucking
If
knew
I did,
it.
you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I went back into the broom closet. And he was not having it. One more time in the broom closet.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I should have said yeah, for
tightly
sure,
to his
baby
chest
girl.
and entered the door on his left.
That is true.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Stanley and the bucket now.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just curious about this elevator. I don't like the vibration. It makes my
Stepping
hands
into his
tingly.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
What if the bucket knew all along?
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yeah. Why? Oh, it's okay.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty,
I'm getting bored of
he
this
would
game.
be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Bucket. Bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Stanley and the bucket.
Mind Control
Stanley and the
Facility.
bucket. Bucket. Your new companion. Stanley the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket. Apparently my bucket's sentient, so...
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very
Oops,
nearly
I dropped the
burst into
bucket.
tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
That'd be
reassuring
funny.
it that everything
Stanley
would
dropped
be
the bucket.
fine.
You idiot!
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told
got a
to
what?
do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things
Nice.
does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously
Well,
on
in
Stanley's
the good old country days, Western days, women wore a lot of
No!
interesting
He screamed
clothing.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend
Because
in
back
the
then, a
entire
lot
world.
of
He
women
could
were
trust no one
prostitutes
except for the bucket.
of style.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
What's
For
up?
he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's
They
plan
turned
all along?
on.
To
The
take
bucket
over
turned
the
on
machine and claim the power
the
for
controls.
itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
The bucket
Stanley was
betrayed him.
prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
No, that's
Birds. Silly,
cool.
silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the
Birds.
bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket. his dearest
He
friend.
committed
So he
suicide.
threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
He fucking did, because he didn't want the bucket to leave him. He decided to jump off.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Dark room. Yeah.
I'm looking at the lamps.
Ah.
Now pick up the...
What do you think about the idea?
This is the sad
That's
story
cute,
of a
and I
man
wouldn't
named
mind.
Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and
He's
could
a
use a
friend.
friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
He believed the bucket could speak to him.
$70. Wait, what? Why did it say 70 and now it's 139?
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Take bucket home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
Where's
To
the
see him
bucket?
delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object?
Oh,
I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
back work
Oh, I'll
bucket.
try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press that for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Ignore anyone in your life except Bucket.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Believe me, I'm real. Don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket.
It's a bucket.
It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
It's not a bucket, it's a bucket. Go home.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
My bucket.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next,
Jim.
provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh no.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I'm just getting the
That's
phone.
her, Stanley.
I'm just gonna answer the phone thing. The whole girlfriend ending.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about...
You're down. Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Okay.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
About to pass the fuck out.
I wanted to play St. Rose today. I just wanted to do Stanley Parable for a bit.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
I'm not to fall asleep, but, you know.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes
I guess my
is a
wife
reminder
is a
of the
mannequin.
inconsequential nature of his existence.
I guess I'm a mannequin now.
Look at him there.
She has
pushing
no
buttons,
clothes,
doing
no
exactly what he's told to
hair.
do. Now he's pushing a button.
But hey, it is the same
Now
skin color
he's
as you,
eating
though.
lunch. Now he's going home.
At least think of that.
He's coming
Right?
back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Yeah.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again.
I haven't,
and then
but
again,
I will.
and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Boring. Oh, I seen those lamps. Yeah, they're cute.
Yeah, that's the lamp I'm thinking.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is
Slowly,
pushing the same buttons he
my house
always
turns
has.
into my
Nothing has
office.
changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he
My
gets.
office.
The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
In your mouth.
What's this one again?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the... Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping in.
I broke the gate. Before it closed the door on me, I went, behind. So it closed the door in front of me. Okay, funny. What the what? That's not.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and...
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, I'm not doing all of the endings. I'm tired. With this game, no more. This has been Stanley Parable 2, I guess. Thank you for watching my stream. I'm Haunting Gamer. Peace. Bye bye.